things, so the YouTube VOD doesn't have to have all of this debugging. Hi YouTube, welcome in. I just cut out 20 minutes of me debugging audio issues. All right. So, where are we and what are we doing? Last week we did the big base audit. So we went through and we labeled all of our factories. We got them all into YAFC, which, sorry, I reused my YAFC capture for showing off my terminal when I was debugging audio. There's YAFC. And we went through and we put every factory into YAFC as it exists in the world. So we can now actually open these things and compare them and check on what we need for our various builds, which is fantastic. So today we need to figure out what we want to work on. There's a bunch of stuff here that came out of the base audit. All of these are like where I'm doing alien life stuff on site, and that doesn't necessarily mean it needs to change. It's just things to think about as we grow and change the base. But things that we really do need to worry about are actually the ones towards the bottom of the list. Benzene has been causing issues. Hot air is very limited. And if we want more hot air, we're going to need to do red hot coke, because we're going to need more 500 degrees C coke oven gas. So those are the things I want to look at right now, is benzene and hot air, because those are the things that are that I know are currently bottlenecked in the base. And then we can consider, again, whether any of these other things are worth changing. You know, all the information is at least captured about what's going on in the base right now. And then research-wise, we're working towards MOS 2 at the moment. As far as getting to chemical science goes, there's only like 5 or 6 researches. But there's obviously a lot more stuff in Pi 2 that gives us access to various other, or not in Pi, yeah, Pi 2, that gives us access to different upgrades, and we may end up, you know, wanting to go for some of these upgrades rather than jumping right into chemical science. Obviously, we're going to have to do a little more AL stuff. We've got Grodd, we've got Muckmocks, and we've got Navens, it looks like, that we're going to have to get set up at some point. And then Chemical Science Pack. But for us to get to the level where we can do Chemical Science Pack, and with it, of course, we're also going to need to increase our production of all of our other science packs. So that means we're going to have to be expanding a lot of our existing builds. We do also have modules soonish, hidden under EVA and epoxy. We get machine components too. And I'm sure this is going to be an absolute nightmare. Ooh, but we get cast... Oh, wait. Cast Shaft Mark IIs. Interesting. Oh, so Shaft Mark IIs are always cast. You cast stainless steel over the Mark I shaft. Okay, and then it's not until Blue Science that we can start to actually make the Mark I shafts from all the cast parts. Alright, that's fair enough. So yeah, I think for now, let's start working on our bottlenecks. Let's figure out what's the deal with benzene, and let's look at potentially building out a red hot coke build and expanding hot air. So benzene happens... Here we go. Benzene from BTX. And it just doesn't have BTX. Okay. And we have BTX in a few different places in the base. But the main one, I think, comes from bitumen processing. Which is just not running right now. And we also should have somewhere natural gas processing that I think makes BTX. And this is also halted. Why is this halted? Because it is full up on natural gas, and that's fine. The goal of this was to make natural gas. Are our bees running correctly and consuming natural gas? Sure. I mean, they're not running much. Oh, these don't have nests? What did I do? You don't have maggots. Maggots are running. Was this recipe rebalanced? The answer appears to be maybe. Because, yeah, this shows 2 machines making maggots. And 5 machines making nests. I do have 1, 2, 3. I have 5 machines making nests. Oh, wait. I have Rock Mark 2s. That's the difference. Rock Mark 2. Okay, 1 machine. That's correct. I just think it's weird that this was apparently stopped, and I don't know why. And I don't know how long it's been stopped for. Well, I guess I can find out, right? I can look at the... Look for the past, like, 10 hours. Yeah, it was stopped. So some of these spikes in production or drops in production are probably just because there was no demand for them, but that's fine. But this long drop in production is funky. I'm not really sure what would cause that. Because, yeah, like, bees are empty. So I caught this before it died, but the problem is I don't know why it was stopped in the first place. Would it have been the honeycomb was stopped? Because honeycomb is running quite intently right now. But what would have stopped the honeycomb? I don't know why this was stopped. I also definitely need to put some lamps around here. This is a dark part of the base. I don't like not understanding, by the way. Alright, yeah, these are starting to turn on. And then the first bees are going to go into here. Because we have plenty of queens to loop, right? So I'm not worried about... We do prioritize making the normal bees, not just the queens. But, like, this path is empty, which weirds me out. That means it's been stopped for a while. But making eggs? I am really deeply unsure about why this stopped functioning. Like, it looks like it's turning on again, but don't know why. Everything looks fine. Nothing here looks like it should have died. We are properly prioritizing that the bees themselves are sent to loop before they go out. That's correct. And we are... Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, I do see an issue here, which is that this is a long-handed inserter, so there's 4 of them always sitting on this belt, but that's not, like, a throughput-related issue. But, like, we are just blasting through the whole buffer of eggs, which should never happen. It does appear that the system is restarting itself, which is good, and I'm glad that it can, and that we're not, like, totally screwed here, but there's so many loops in the bees, I'm worried that if I don't understand what went wrong, so, like, okay. And what are the inputs to the maggots? Honey, eggs, and, well, caged rock. Honey production has been fine. Egg production has been stopped, but it was stopped during the time when consumption was 0, so that's expected. And when we came here before, we saw that there was a buffer of eggs. So that's okay. Was it rocks? Am I running out of rocks? Maybe it was rocks. Yeah. I'm gonna guess rocks, because rocks are, like, slowing down here. So if it is rocks, yeah, Ulrichs are fully backed up. Okay, I'm gonna say we ran out of rocks. What does that mean? That means that our demand on rocks is probably too high down here. Ooh, yeah, this formic is... And this is supposed to be the low priority formic, which means... This formic is empty, and this formic is empty because we're out of sulfuric acid! All right! Bees were broken because we're out of sulfuric acid. Where is sulfuric acid? Sulfuric acid is broken because we're out of acid gas, which should not surprise any of us. Fortunately, oh, look at this. We have this whole void flue gas to acid gas. One of the things that was on my to-do list is this. Places where we're converting flue gas to ash on site and sending the ash out instead of taking the flue gas out as a byproduct. So I think we're going to go fix this. This will get us at least a little bit of acid gas again. And one of the other things that's in the to-do list somewhere is thinking about the priority of our tailings. Yeah, this is running right now, in fact, which is great, because this is also a source of acid gas for us. And then we should also have this machine that's just like running constantly, digging up a little bit of coal bed gas and turning into acid gas, but it's not like... It's not a huge amount of... and actually, this should have a pickup scheduled. And it does. It's not a huge amount of acid gas, right? So we are going to want... Oh! And this needs hot air! Oh! The cycle continues! It's the hot air again! Okay. Okay. I do still want to do what I said I was going to do first, which is do these places where we're voiding flue gas to ash, because I do want the flue gas on rails instead. But then the thing that I was going to start with, where I was like, hey, we're out of hot air, turns out that's the thing that we actually need to fix. We're out of hot air. So, if I find this flue gas to ash on site, at the syngas void, at the diesel void, and at silicon wafers. Oh, well, we're actually near silicon wafers. Those are down here. Yeah, and it looks like as far as this ash output goes, it's only used for flue gas here, okay? So all of this goes... And then I want to grab... Yeah, this isn't actually set up as a proper void yet, but I want to set up the logic for it anyway. Well, you know what? No. I'll do it if I ever change the way this is structured. For now, it's my only flue gas consumer on the network, so I don't actually care. That's what I'm choosing to say. All right. Oh, and this is fully backed up, which means all of our silicon is done. Yeah. Except for this one, because we still don't have antimony. But, that is going to resolve itself eventually. We fixed this a little bit last week, and it's probably still not, like, fixed enough. But we doubled our Xyz. So we're making Xyphos twice as fast now, which should give us a little more arthropod blood. Not as much as we would like, but a little more, which will give us more hydrogen peroxide that we need for the antimony. And then we also did change our antimony processing so that we're not using the path that uses peroxide all the time. And both of those together ought to, I say, get us to a better place with respect to our overall hydrogen peroxide ratio. I'm sure we're still not making enough, but I guess I can check that in YAFC actually these days. Let's see. If I wanted to pull up also in ingredients, and in, well, all. Okay, yep, so those are the only things. So we make up to 18.5 a second, and I don't think we're making enough anthraquinone for that. Yeah, lead acetate will suck it all down if given the opportunity. So then the question is, how much lead acetate are we using in our antimony processing? And the answer is maybe half of that. So even if we could run this at full speed, and again, I don't think we can, yeah, this will bring in up to 30 arthropod blood a second, and I don't believe that we're making that much. Yeah, our Xyz are making 1/10 of that. And whatever we get out of our quads as well. So, you know, that gets us to 0.07, maybe 0.1 vanadium pentoxide a second. Which is 5 anthraquinone a second, which is a trickle of hydrogen peroxide. Now, obviously, we're also not pulling etching solution at full speed because we have other bottlenecks in the system for Circuit 2. But, like, even then, feeding this into lead acetate, we would need a lot more Xypho. And we could. Xyz aren't that expensive to make. The thing to watch out for, though, is that right now we're only getting fish food as a byproduct from our fish production, because I took the fish food turd. So if we want... Excuse me. If we want more Xyz, I think we're going to have to increase our fish food production somehow. Where am I going? Blue gas. At our syngas void and at our diesel void. Alright, well I know where the diesel void is. So I'm going to go up there and then I will find the syngas void. And this will just get us a little bit more acid gas right now, because that's what we're voiding flue gas to on rails, is we're making acid gas instead of ash. And then the other way that we will get more acid gas is by getting the coal bed extractors back online once we fix hot air. Oof. Oh. Oh, interesting. I don't have the space in my inventory for all this ash. I'm just gonna do this. What am I looking for? This thing. And I think that's it. Cool. And then I should do something with that dump chest, but I'm not going to. So that just leaves void syngas to ash here. Where is that happening? All the way down at the bottom of the base. All right. Alright, I gotta be careful here not to take apart things that I'm still gonna need. Okay. Oop. And that broke where this water comes through. That's an easy fix. Cool. Oh, and I just need to set the priority again. All right, no more flue gas being processed on site. Done. So that's one extra source of acid gas, but the other one needs to be what we were talking about before, which is getting our actual hot air running more consistently. Although right now, this is just stopped. So I think we would start just by getting coke going. Because, like, the bitumen processing is stopped. Yeah, so we don't have the coke oven gas going out to... And this is stopped just because we don't have enough. I was looking at bees earlier, but I think this part has been running pretty consistently. It's just that this only sends... It only makes so much, and this build can blast through it pretty quickly. So the thing we want to do, looking here, was red hot coke to hot air. So let's get that into YAFC, and let's figure out the scale we want to build at. So we're going to bring in coal. And should we just say like a belt of coal? Is this going to be a ridiculous amount of red hot coke? I mean, it is some coke, that's for sure. I could probably set this up to loop this steam, actually, because it's all 250 degree, instead of voiding it. I get nervous about that sometimes, but I think we'll be okay. Do I scale this for 2 instead of 2 1/4? So that would be... Oh, but that also doesn't scale the quenching towers all the way to exactly 3. The other thing to do is I could scale it to a belt of coke out. Not negative, positive coke out. There we go. Oh, because this uses so much of its own coke just for the... I didn't even think about that. Okay. So yeah, I think we just scale this to the raw coke coming in. Or to the coal coming in to 1 belt. That's a reasonable scale. I don't need to mess with it any more than that. And then we get a little bit more than a belt out, and then it needs to be fed around to the other places, and that's fine. And then any that spoils just gets looped around and fed into the main loop, right? Because it spoils into coke as well. And then we'll have a coal dust output, we'll have a bunch of ash, and a whole bunch of coke oven gas. And really, the coke oven gas is what we're making. What I should call this is coke oven gas via red hot coke. Okay. This will actually be capable of running at a little bit more than this, probably... Well, it'll be limited by, like, the 12 boilers. That will be the upper limit on our functionality. So it's close enough to this number. Oh, right. I tried this, and it doesn't work. Because it doesn't put the right numbers of things into it. I forgot. Alright. Back to the requester chest. Maybe I did find a way to make that work, but I've forgotten what it was, so... There we go. Let's head up to base and grab the stuff for that. And then, depending on... I do think we also need to increase our hot air production quite a bit. And I guess we can check in YAFC here if we look at hot air. Yeah, this makes 150 a second from 10 coke oven gas a second. So we could quadruple our coke oven gas or our hot air if we really wanted to. And I think I was saying like double or triple it. So we'll build a few more rows of this. And I think we probably have space where we're currently doing the hot air. Yeah. Like, we can copy and paste this out to 2 or 3 rows of this looping structure and go from there. So expanding this shouldn't be too bad. We'll have to expand our heat production here, which... now we're getting into, like, seaweed scaling beyond a build this big is no fun. So stuff to think about, what it'll mean to scale that build up. If we're going to scale that up, maybe we want to be looking at some of the seaweed situation and figure out what, like, big centralized seaweed looks like. I'm not totally sure that's what I want to do, but it's something to consider. All right, looks good. Now the question is, where do I build the Red Hot Coke? We're kind of running out of places on, like, the current layout, aren't we? This is going to go, like, out here and down, like, around somehow. I'm not totally sure yet. I want to come down... Ooh, that might be right onto that copper rock, but, like... It would be nice to come down here somehow, and then figure out how we're getting another road, like, at this level across. So let's head over here, and let's see what that looks like through that area. if we can actually get a T in that location, or if the copper rock is just gonna ruin our day. All the way back to the bottom. And then it was right here. There's the rock. Ooh, that looks bad, doesn't it? That's bad. Yeah, we can't do that. Interesting. That's not great. Another option would be here. I would have to change the antimony layout to make room for that, which I can do. I can shuffle some things around here. Or whatever we do off of here needs to come over from this one only. And we do like down, we do across here, we do across here, come across here up to this. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. We'll take this one and we'll head down with it. And then we'll go across, start going across like, well, we got to be careful. We got to go low enough that we miss animal processing, which I made big on purpose because I want to be able to keep using that location for a while. I know it's not big enough for everything we're ever going to need, but it's nice to not have to worry about it for now. So yeah, let's clean that out. Oh, look. I love it when we can connect to things from better angles. Okay. Think that's low enough. Yeah. And then we can do... Let's go up here, I guess. How many inputs and outputs does this actually have? Four outputs and one input. Okay. So it's a standard kind of length train station. And I probably don't have enough rails for this thing to actually get hooked up, so we're going to have to go back and pick up a bunch of rails, but at least we can get the basics of it in place. And then when we look into actually expanding the hot air production, one of the things, I think I already said this, but I want to start looking at seaweed and if it makes sense for us to centralize some of our seaweed production, especially where we're doing like tier 2 seaweed. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add the next seaweed to... Because, like, this doesn't look like a terrible recipe using slaked lime. I mean, I'd have to see how much it improves things, but 30 seaweed in 30 seconds is not terrible. Especially if we have seaweed, at least seaweed Mark IIs. Yeah, we can definitely do seaweed Mark II. Seaweed Mark III is maybe fine. So that's something to keep in mind. I was looking at, last week I was looking at centralizing moss, but seaweed might be the better candidate for centralization right now. All right, so we're going to start with a solid drop-off, which is going to bring in... Bring in coal. And then, what does this actually look like? Oh, you know what? I lied. I'm going to run... Because it's hard to filter the inserters correctly here. These are actually going to run off of coal. So there's only going to be 2 of these running, and that's fine. This just produces a little bit less. So it's going to be 2 of these instead of 3, and 3 quenching towers instead of 4. Yeah, okay. That's fine. And just that way I don't have to do anything funky with the... trying to keep these fed coke as their fuel, right? So then we have the oxygen furnaces. 1, 2. Each of these needs half a belt, so that's like... no, let's not do that. Let's just do 3 of these. And then we're going to have steam on one side. Yeah. We'll figure that out. And then we're going to have our coke gas as an output. That's fine. The red hot coke goes out... How much do we make in total? 3 in total. 1.66 items a second. Yeah, we'll do... Oh, and these are also going to have an ash output. That's fine. Get the ash out. And then we're going to have 3 quenching towers. And then these are hooked up to the same steam, right? And then these each output heaps of coke. Says 2.5 stack of these blue inserters per building. So that's 3. And then I'll need to figure out how I want to route these. I guess if I do 4 on this one, we can do something like this. There we go. Except not quite like that. How do I want to do that? I'm gonna have to think about that a little more. Alright, it's gonna be ad break o'clock in about, 30 seconds or so. I do run just 1 ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off, because I hate pre-roll ads. So I appreciate everyone sticking around during the ad break. I always try not to do anything too interesting during the ads, so you don't miss anything. So I recommend getting some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as a human being. And when we're back from the ads, we'll keep working on this build. Let me just figure out how I want to do... Sure. I hate it, but it works. So that's an even number of inserters on each of these. And then we're going to also have here... We have to route some of the coke over to the boilers. And that's going to be the top-up valve. And then that goes over there. So that's ash. Output priority here. All right, I think that's good. got to figure out. If only we had legendary power poles. I think I do have Nexilate power poles, or I could have them. I could have them. We haven't done stainless steel yet, though, so that's, that is a process unto itself. Oh, this is just wrong. I'm just an idiot. All right, we'll deal with this in a second. When we come back from the ad, because I just realized something. So... all right, welcome back from the ad break, everyone. I appreciate you sticking around. What I just realized I did is... so setting this up was nothing special. This is just we prioritize the coke coming out of this to the boilers for the steam loop. That's fine. But these output, each of them potentially nearly half a belt of stuff, right? Because they each have both they each have both the coke and the coal dust, and I only really scaled my outserters for the coke, but also, even with just the coke, it's more than a belt, so we need to have everything being stacked to come out of here. So this needs to be stack inserters. And then we will figure out what else. Can I get away with just 2 stack inserters is the question. We'll find out. All right, so stack inserters out now. And then the other thing we need to do is before we prioritize the coke, we need to split off the coal dust. Okay, so now I think we have all of our outputs. This whole thing gets itself started by me dropping some kind of fuel, any kind of fuel, into these machines. That will get these guys making the red hot coke, which will come along here. Each of these only takes 1.2 red hot coke. We get to the end. Oh, and the last thing we will need is a filtered inserter. In case any coke does decay, we want to bring that over and get it out. With priority, we get rid of any decayed stuff. Because if the decayed stuff backs up, then the whole thing gets... okay. I think that's right now. We'll find out. So let's get our outputs routed where we want them. We're going to have solid pickup here. This is going to be for the ash. And that needs to be high priority because that's a byproduct. All of these are byproduct outputs, basically, except for the coke oven gas. That's the thing that we're making, is the coke oven gas. The coke even is basically a byproduct of this. And then down here, we're going to have two belts come through. One is going to be for coal dust, which again is a byproduct, so high priority. Okay. Pop, pop it up. How much of that do we make? Just 2 a second. Okay, that's here. And then one more, and this will be the coke itself. And then lastly, well, we have some remaining bits and pieces to deal with here. We need a water input and a pressurized air input to these, and then we need to get our actual coal gas up and out to the pickup station for that. What is this? Just pressurized air? Pressurized air. And here is going to be a water in. And fortunately, Alien Biomes makes water really easy. All right. And that pretty much just leaves... Wait, am I out of undergrounds? How did I let that happen? All right. And I ended up with an odd number of them, which is always terrible. Okay, so we got some stuff that we got to go collect before this will turn on. I think we're going to run out of rails, for one thing. And here, let's clean up some of the signals so the bots don't even try to put the extra ones in. So yeah, we're going to need some undergrounds. We're going to need whatever we need to get all the rails connected, because I'm assuming we're going to run out of rails and power poles as we go through here. Yeah, we're going to run out of rails, for sure. Oh, and we also already ran out of landfill, so that is also something we're going to need more of. A train is stuck. That's always bad news. What happened? Okay. This is fine. Alright, we gotta go fix this. We're gonna fix this on the way. It's on the way to where we're going. So we got that going for us. I added one more inserter there because I realized we weren't getting full throughput, and apparently that was I did not filter it correctly. So we'll just fix that filter and we'll move the ore around to where it needs to be. Not a big deal. Yeah, we didn't end up with much of other stuff in there, fortunately. All right, does it look good now? I think it's good now. I don't see any more floating through. I think we got it all. Okay, so we need to stock up on underground pipes. We need to stock up on rails. We need to grab a bunch of landfill. Underground pipes are around here somewhere. Rails are up here, and I know the bots are going to bring me some, but... Is that everything that I was missing down there? I don't know, because I don't have radar coverage. Do I have radars? I have 7 in my inventory. Okay. We will, we'll add radar coverage when we're down there. This train should be moving now. Yeah, it's unloading. Cool. This is... I mean, it's good to see silicon still running, but it's not essential because silicon wafers are... Oh, silicon wafers are running! Interesting. That means we must have had deliveries of at least one of these? I don't know, something turned on. Ah, yeah, we're making diodes. Okay. Sure. So that probably means that we got another delivery of, like... Yes. We got a delivery of some component. And other stuff has run. We've actually got quite a few of these now. Almost 2,000, well, over 2,000, actually, because this is run 420 times and makes 5 of them. So that's 2,100 red chips we've made? I should be able to actually check this. There we go, 2,100. It's trying. It's trying so hard. But that's fine. We really only need a trickle of those. Like, we need them for upgraded buildings. We're gonna need them a little bit for science, but not heaps of them for science. So, alright. Bots are still bringing me things. Oh, I need a lot more signals. That's a good thing to grab lots of by hand. Alright, let's get out of here. Gotta remember to drop off radars when I go down there. Other than that, I don't think there's anything of note. Let's actually go all the way across here, because I do need to position the radar at the end. All right, bots. Let the bots do what they need to do here. We'll get power all hooked up. We'll get the rails all hooked up. Looks not quite there. What are we missing? Probably just power poles. There we go. All right, we have trains dispatched to bring coal into the system here. So like I said, I'm going to have to hand fuel these initially. Ooh, and of course the bots cleaned out my... Ooh. I really hate that boilers pass through fuel. It kind of makes sense on the miners. It makes no sense on the boilers. But, there we go. Oh, and I never hooked up water to this. That would be a good one to do. Then pipes and rail signals up here while we wait for our first deliveries. All right, I think this is just waiting for its first deliveries now. Let's grab another radar while we're waiting and just get the radar in place. Yeah, and these guys are going to run... Good. It's fueling, and it's getting the coal into their full inputs. I just need to give this more... steam. All right. Do I have anything else flammable in my inventory? Here, how much does this need to actually run? 6? All right. Do that. And then as soon as these ones start running, the whole system will work better. Ooh. I didn't even think about that. Okay. And that makes sense. How do I want to handle this? I'm going to whitelist these ones to Coke so that they always do Coke. And then each of these guys is also going to get one of these, which is whitelisted to the coal dust. There we go. And that should... that should make this a little bit easier. All right. We're going now. We're going now. I think the steam is starting to ramp up. I might still need to fuel this end a little bit more. A little bit of extra can't hurt. Like, overall, the thing can produce more than enough steam for itself. Just need to see it actually reach that point. All right. Well, I think it's mostly turned itself on at this point. I'd like to see this whole thing backing up on Coke a little more, and it is starting to, it looks like. Okay. It's just taking a second for the, I'm also not sure if, yeah, it's less than 1 Coke a second for each of these machines once the system is actually running. So it does just need to have enough Coke coming through consistently for it to keep fueling. And once there's enough Coke coming through, these will run consistently, and that will keep all of this running consistently. And it does look like it is doing that. It is turning on. We are backing up on Coke here. So I think it's doing okay. It's just taking a little while to get to, like, equilibrium. Alright, alright. In theory, this can run at slightly more steam than this needs. So I think we're good. Ooh. All right. Yep, I'm calling this good. So we have a bunch of coke oven gas now. I mean, it doesn't look like a lot. There's only 3,000 so far, but it will be buttloads of coke oven gas. So the next thing we need to figure out is coming up to our current hot air, wherever that is. Is how we want to change that layout to scale it up. Right now, it is... So there's kind of two parts of it, right? There's the actually bringing in the 500 degree C gas initially. And then there's the further, like, looping of said 500 degree C gas. And we need to scale up both parts kind of in lockstep, unfortunately. If we go to YAFC and we find the hot air build, we can see that we have, 5 of these biomass power plants. Like, everything is ratioed around all of this. And if we want to double this to 300 a second, we're going to need a lot more seaweed. And this is where I start to think that I don't want to be doing this seaweed on site anymore. Possibly I don't even want to be doing the biocrud on site. Like, I did make a biocrud build, didn't I? Yeah. We got this thing. Why I decided to do it with wood instead of agar, I'm not sure. But we got it. So... in theory... well, one, we can definitely expand our biocrud capabilities if we so desire. But... I think we want to rip, like, all of this out. It has biocrud in it. Yeah, I think initially I had intended this to request biocrud, and then I switched to making it on site. So let's rip all the biocrud out of this. We will run the system off of biocrud from Rails, and if we need to expand biocrud, we'll do that. All of this comes down. And that also resolves one instance of electric boilers on site at hot air. No more. And seaweed on site at hot air. No more. This, I need to figure out how to deal with. Now, this whole thing is funky. Okay. We might have to swap which side of which belt we're looking at here. Yeah. All right, so this is going to bring in BioCrud now. Let's see if we can prioritize the BioCrud out of here. So we're going to split this. We're going to send BioCrud up. We're going to do something like this with the input priority on the right, which is this. And then does that just work? Look at that. Cool. Do I even need a splitter here? I don't need a splitter here. It's just an input priority. Okay. So then we're going to need to double this, right? We need 10 biomass plants. Yes. We're going to double these guys, which we may not quite have space for here. Yeah, we're gonna change where these guys go to make a little more room. So starting here, all of this. Because we're going to want 2 rows of this. 2 rows of these loops. We're going to have 1 there, and 1 there. We're going to need heat pipes. And then we're also going to have to get a whole bunch of stone bricks and start bootstrapping this system with those. All right, let's see if we can figure out where all our connections are and what all of our connections are. This is coke oven gas at 250. All right. So that's, I think, this pipe. Yes, input is coke oven gas, the cool stuff. The cool coke oven gas. All right. And then the hot air itself, we need to get hooked up. We also have vacuum that we need to hook up. So that's the hot air, and that's going to be this is our hot air out. All right. I think that's all the plumbing. I think that's heat. Yeah, these are going to take a little while to heat up, of course. Now, what are we looking at? This needs to be expanded as well. And if we kind of grab these... Really? All right, that works. So... I think we're going to call this what we want. We've got... Oh, is one... No, we need a second coal power plant. Okay. I didn't even really think about that. So we're going to need a second one of these guys. Well, that might be it. Let's get the requests that we need and see what works or doesn't work. So we're going to need 10 plus 16 plus 1 heat exchangers. So 27 of those. We're going to need 5 of the biomass power plants. We're going to need 1 coal power plant. Woohoo. And we're going to need 4 of the heat exchanger Mark 1s. Okay. I think... Is that right? Yeah, 27 of those, I guess. 54? 54, and we should have had half of them. Okay. And then we're also going to need heaps and heaps of bricks, but I do have heaps of bricks around the base, so I will grab a few thousand of those, and we can get the system started. Let's see, what's the best way up? This way. Cool. How's this build doing, by the way? It is running. It has made some coke oven gas. I'm sure it has made lots and lots of coke at this point. I may end up needing to make more coke, like, liquefaction in some form happen. We'll have to see what's, like, available, but we do have a couple, right? We've got coal. We've got a whole coke to coal gas somewhere. And then I think we have... Yeah, here we go. Well, this is aromatics from tar. So we might just be doing, like, coke to coal gas and tar. This one. Which it apparently still has plenty of capacity, so I guess I'm not overly concerned. Oh, that's the other thing I should have checked. Here, let's go back to YAFC real quick. So we're not doing any of this on site anymore. We're bringing in the biocrud. Okay, one pressure pump is still enough. That is what I wanted to double check. So yeah, we're just waiting for the bots to bring me the last few heat exchangers, and then we will be good to go. Oh, we don't have enough in stock. Okay. Let me make some then. All right, there we go. That's enough. We've got 27 now. Oh, and bricks, which we can grab from where? Not there. Not those bricks. Stone brick from rich clay. Yeah, there's heaps of them there. Okay. That's fine. And there. Is this regulating? Yeah, it's got a top up. Oh, burnt result output full. That's funny. But the answer is yes, that'll regulate its molten salt amount and get itself ready to go. Alright, that'll top up the molten salt on this whole system because it needs to accumulate. And then these guys...
Did you hear that? I think something just exploded. Man, we are in a lot of danger. This is like Christmas. No, it's better than Christmas. This should be its own holiday. Explosion Day.
Explosion Day! Thank you so much, Rygard, for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome, welcome. We are in the process of, well, just some kind of general bug fixing at the moment. Let's see. These guys are going to need some bricks, but not like 1,000 each. Beelining for those sweet logistics bots. They're so nice. The Logimall especially, with Pi, like, being able to do this. Because there's so many buildings. Keep finding issues. See, my secret, when I find issues in my base, is that I ignore them and I hope they go away. And eventually... I'm forced to deal with the consequences of my own actions. But... that is almost certainly too many bricks in these loops, and I bet it's going to clog up, but... for now, that'll at least let it get started. These guys are slowly accumulating salt. Sure. Oh, I probably need more... more capacity for coke for this thing to run. And then... what else have we got? I think that's it. I think we're just kind of waiting for molten salt on this side, and we're waiting for everything to warm up on this side. Because everything is below sort of operational temperature right now. How much did I put into each of these? A couple hundred? Yeah, that might be too much. Might be too much. But yeah, everything is very below temperature right now. I'd like to see this actually turn on before I go away to do something else, but we might not get that opportunity. I might have to just decide to go do something else. Did I click this as done already? Yes, I did mark it as done already. All right. Well, once this finally heats up, and it's going to take a while for all of this to get up to temperature, we need 1.6 coal power plants for this to run. So there's plenty of power here. It's just a matter of, again, getting the temperature all the way across. But once these are up, we'll have a lot more hot air. Hot air has been 1K for 2 lines should be okay. Depends on how constant hot air consumption will be. Yeah. When I had this before, I had just one of these, and they were, I mean, they were a little bit closer to the heat spot. So I think it's fine. It's just because I tore down all the buildings and moved some things around, we have to wait for all the heat to accumulate again. Because they don't drop that much heat when they're feeding through the temperature like this, right? It's not like I have a line of heat pipes. It's just slow for everything to warm up. But until I get a little further on in nuclear, we're not doing... RTGs yet. Speaking of, I've got all of these things that I said I want to do, but none of these are interesting, exciting things. This is all like maintenance, and maintenance is no fun. So, I do want to do batteries on rails. Let's decide on a battery recipe. We recently migrated green circuit production from the belt base down to the circuit zone, and that is fantastic, but we're still pulling batteries from not there. Batteries are still coming from the belt base, and they're one of the few things on the rail base that's still, like, deeply coupled to the belt base. So I want to figure out which of the new battery recipes we got is the one that actually makes sense to use, because we got several. One battery a second, 0.75 batteries a second, or 1.2 batteries a second. All right. So this is apparently the fastest recipe, which does not necessarily mean that it's the best recipe. Rayon. I don't think we have rayon yet, and I think we're going to need rayon no matter which of these we use. Yeah. This looks like the simplest one. So both of these are 1-to-1 on lead antimony alloy. This one uses a lot less rayon. And it adds sodium hydroxide and chromium versus sulfur. Oh no, we have sulfuric acid versus sulfur. That's fine. I think this is probably more sulfur in total. Not totally sure. But how many batteries do we actually need? We go to circuits, simple circuit boards. Oh, we need 1/4 of a battery per second. Here, I was looking at some other stuff. Let's clean out some of these tabs. Leave the WIP stuff so I can keep track of it. What else uses batteries? Complex circuits also uses batteries. So that's 1 1/4 per second, and mechanical parts will use another 1/4 per second. So if I want to future-proof a little bit, I need like 2 batteries a second. That's what we're going for. All right, so we'll have to play with that and figure that out, which recipe we want. All right, it is ad break o'clock. It's been another hour. I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads off because I hate pre-rolls. So I appreciate everyone who decides to stick around through the ad break. I recommend you get some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourself as a human being. I won't do anything interesting during the break. In fact, I'm going to step away myself and get some more water. And when we come back, we will make decisions about which batteries we want to use and start working on that build. Welcome back, everybody. I appreciate y'all sticking around through the ad. That's the wrong view. We want this one. So, let's just look at our, battery options. I'm going to make multiple battery tabs, and then we'll just keep the only one that we like. I think that's the easiest way to compare them. So this is the sodium sulfide one. And the other one... Well, not that one. And this is the bad one. This one is clearly a bad recipe. So I think these are the only two that we're comparing, right? We'll end up building either this one at 2 a second or this one at 2.4 a second. I just want to set them to the same scale so I can kind of get an idea of our inputs. So less rayon, same amount of lead, chromium, sulfur instead of sulfuric acid, but this one has pyrite, which I don't even have in my system yet. Yeah. And a lot of sodium hydroxide. This is a lot of sodium hydroxide. But, that's fine. How much sodium hydroxide am I making right now? Alright, we make 15 a second right now. So I would probably want to double my sodium hydroxide production if we wanted to do... Did I look at plutonium production? I tried a few times and broke my head trying to balance it. I did! I have... So this is just for nuclear samples for chemical science pack, but it is balanced. It turns out if you just run all the neutron capture recipes, it balances out. As soon as you want to start extracting plutonium for other purposes, I don't know if it's possible to balance it, to be entirely honest. But this is kind of what I ended up at. And if I change this here, let's get rid of the chemical science pack part, and let's just do nuclear samples at... Yeah, 2 through 9 needed for Bodos. I haven't even looked at Bodos yet. But yeah, as soon as you want to start extracting other things, I think you're going to be in the land of either boxing things to spoil in 373 kiloseconds. I suspect it's possible to balance all the neutron capture. I mean, if I just pull out some 239, I want, some 239. Obviously not 1 a second. Yeah, okay. So YAFC is able to balance it if I pull out some 239 in addition to the nuclear samples. It tweaks the ratios of the neutron absorbers. I picked an arbitrary amount of 239. Obviously, that's not actually based on anything, but it does look like it's possible to balance it. But I pretty much just rely on YAFC to do all this math for me. I don't ever try to solve this myself.
Space! Space!
Xenospore, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Okay, so I guess going back to batteries, the question is, do I want to make... We're making rayon either way, and I guess I should look at how expensive rayon is, because maybe 2/3 the rayon is a really worthwhile trade-off. But otherwise, I suspect that getting 3 pyrite a second is going to be easier than... doubling our sodium hydroxide production. And like, yeah, I guess hydroxide isn't that big of a deal to expand, but we're already bringing in a belt of salt, and I'd have to increase salt production somewhere. Like, there's a lot of knock-ons to doing this much sodium hydroxide. Whereas here, and again, we would do this at 2 a second, not 2.4 a second. You know, we're looking at a more reasonable amount of everything. So yeah, I think we're going to go with this one for now. Just because that much sodium hydroxide scares me, and also like 8 sulfur a second is a lot of sulfur. So we're going to need to get pyrite going, and we definitely need to get rayon going. Those are our sort of prerequisites. Let's delete that version of batteries. Keep cleaning up as we go. We need to add pyrite and rayon, and I'm sure these are also going to bring in their own dependencies. All right. So I think we want 1 2/3. Yeah, there we go. So what do we need to do here? Oh, I'm making none of these things. Awesome. No, that's not true. Fiber we have, sulfuric acid we have, urea we have, ammonia we have. Sodium carbonate we're not making yet. And carbonyl sulfide. Oh, that's a lot of sulfur. And this is used for other things, so we are going to want to scale it a little bit higher than we need just for rayon. I'm assuming this is something with a name like Z3 reagent seems like it's going to be important. Oh, look, I need it for, like, improved silver production. So, yes, we're going to need a lot of carbonyl sulfide. So we'll set this up as a standalone build. We won't do it as part of rayon. That's fine. And then I'm assuming sodium carbonate is also something that I want to, like, just set up somewhere and forget about. Yeah. Just a farm of high-pressure furnaces from... Oh, sodium sulfate. Ah, but these are 1-to-1, so I can set this up as a single build. Do I want to do sodium sulfate standalone? Maybe. The answer is maybe. We are going to need some sodium sulfate elsewhere eventually. We need it for better starch, which we don't need right now. But I'm seeing a bunch of stuff under chemical science, which is not super close, but also not super far. I try not to look more than, like, one science pack ahead, because, like, if I need a whole bunch of this in, whatever, these future metal processing, then we'll burn that bridge when we come to it. This also makes heaps of CO2. And that's also lots of sodium hydroxide. So maybe the lower rayon demand is worth it? No, I don't think it is. Alright, let's get builds for sodium carbonate and carbonyl sulfide up here. How much do we need a second of this? I mean, we can scale it to like 2 a second. That's fine. Sodium sulfate we'll do on site. Oh, we have 2 different recipes. We can either do hydroxide and sulfuric acid or salt and bisulfate. All right. Oh, and this releases a bunch of hydrogen chloride. Cool. So this version takes 30 salt or 20 hydroxide. And sodium hydroxide is 1:1. 100 sulfuric acid versus 200 sulfuric. This is just worse. I mean, I guess it uses less coke because this, right? We're not doing the whole sodium hydroxide processing. But like, coke is free. So yeah, we're not doing this one. We're doing the other sulfate recipe. And yeah, we're just gonna have to bring in heaps of sodium hydroxide, is what it looks like. And then maybe this should also end up being its own tab, then, in that case. It'll be its own factory. I'll put it on Rails separately because, like, it does have uses. And then if we're making 2 a second of this, if we do 3 a second of this, that's 2 belts, effectively, of sodium hydroxide. And maybe we just make those on site instead of railing them in. Although we do have... We can double or triple this build, we just have to deal with the salt input, right? Let's take a look at our current salt situation, actually. So we make sodium hydroxide here, and this brings in, yeah, we bring in a belt of salt, and this is fine. And this isn't really even that big of a build. Like, tripling this is not a huge deal. The issue is just getting everything in here. Ooh, and I also need to... I have some logic to force these guys to empty their hands when they, when there's no train at the station, and I need to do that, obviously, because you can see it's jammed up. I need to copy and paste those combinators over. But if I switch these to be... Let's see, it's still only 1 belt of coke. But if I switch these guys to be stack inserters, my stack size is 3. So I can triple this. Well, maybe not quite. Yeah, not quite. If I move it up here, or reorient it a little bit, I can triple it. Limestone, I'm not even worried about. Yeah, so let's plan to triple sodium hydroxide, which is just ridiculous. I actually almost want to do, like, this. But my belt's only stacked to 3. So we can do 3 belts worth. And then, yeah, the coke is going to end up needing to stack as well. We'll have to switch that to stack inserters. Heaps of CO2 out. But that'll give us everything we need to be able to do sodium sulfate at absolute bonkers scale, and sodium carbonate as well. And then that feeds into rayon, and then the other ingredient that we're missing is the carbonyl sulfide. And how much of that do we need? Like 20 a second, whatever the machine ratio ends up being. How about 24 a second? 4 machines. Okay. And this needs propene, which... Ooh, I'm going to get the acetone recipe soon. Okay, so propene should also be its own thing. This needs sulfur, which I might be making somewhere, but I'm not convinced that I am. No, but I can mine it. Okay. Yeah, I should just find some sulfur veins and just mine them. How much can a sulfur mine get me? Oh, these just need fuel. Oh. Alright, not heaps. So we're going to need a couple of sulfur rocks if we want to be able to keep up with the sulfur demand for this. Plus whatever we need for pyrite. Which we're also not making yet. I think at this point I only have the one recipe. Yeah. And how much do we need for batteries? 2.5 a second. So that's... I mean, we could do that. Although maybe we build this at the 5 a second scale. Iron oxide is going to be a pain. We have a couple sources of that. We can probably expand it if we need to. 15 sulfur a second from sulfur mines is crummy. Yeah, we need like 5 sulfur mines scattered around the base. Which we can do. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. It's going to use a lot of fuel. Yeah, 100 a second diesel, maybe not that much. Okay. So yeah, if we can find enough sulfur rocks that are like near each other, especially if we can combine like several into one set of stations, I don't think it's going to be too terrible. Yeah, or bitumen refined for sulfur. My oil processing is absolutely minimum right now, and I don't have a ton of bitumen available. I've so far avoided doing any sort of big oil processing because oil processing scares me. It's probably the better way to do it. And I probably do get a little bit out of my existing... Maybe. Maybe not. Oh, there's a direct bitumen to sulfur recipe, isn't there? Yeah. How many bees is that? Not that I think it would be a good idea to do this with bees, but that's a lot of bees. Or the alternative, of course. Yeah, it's not that much oil sands, really. More tailings output, naphtha. We could probably set this up if we so desired. A belt of oil sand to bitumen. That is some major yak shaving, but like, I mean, I said I wanted to do batteries, and we're already how many yaks deep on that? So, here, let's delete that sulfur tab, because I don't think that's going to be real. Yeah, I mean, if we want to get a belt of sulfur, I think we're going to have better luck taking the time to do the bitumen processing instead of... instead of trying to mine it, just because that is a lot of sulfur mines to set up. Alright. So if I wanted to set that up, where do I have oil sands? Everywhere. So that wouldn't be too terrible to set up somewhere, is get oil sand mining going. And if we just want to do oil sand to bitumen... So that's the processing. That's not bad. Water, pressurized air. Yeah, naphtha is a pain. I think I'm making excess naphtha in a couple of places right now. Yeah, but maybe not a ton of excess naphtha. There's no naphtha in that. Oh, naphthalene. Thanks for the plain text matching. Very not helpful. And then this, of course, makes a little bit of naphtha. So yeah, if we wanted to make the naphtha on site, it would be, I guess, this recipe. But there's not nearly enough high distillates for that. Yeah, doesn't loop. What if we do this loop, though? That also makes naphtha. Okay. No, we're good. We can make it loop. But the problem is now we're turning all of our bitumen into all of this, not into sulfur. All right, well, this is the problem. As soon as we start doing all of this stuff to get the naphtha, we start to run out of sulfur. So we need another naphtha source from this processing. And there really isn't a good one, is there? Or we need to bring in, if we want to get enough sulfur out, a lot of oil sand. That's why I use oil. It gives more distillates and condensates. Yeah. So you're saying do high distillates from this one, and then medium distillates to high distillates, and condensates do the refined natural gas loop. All right, and that brings in... That lets us do the whole bitumen to sulfur. At a much more reasonable rate. Or, you know, some of it to sulfur and some of it to other things. And then... What do we have left? Crude oil needs to come from wherever I need to set up crude oil. I think I do already have an oil derrick somewhere, and I don't think I'm doing a lot with my oil. Okay. So I could just set up really... And I would split this. I'm doing this all in one tab, but it's not how the factory is actually going to be built. We do crude oil processing, which is going to look an awful lot like our current bitumen processing, just slightly different ratios. And that'll give us a heap of naphtha that we can feed into making bitumen from oil sands. And we get some more BTX. And more BTX is more benzene. And benzene has been a problem for me. So... And some extra coke. Okay. So that's fine. So this needs to be its own thing. Here, let's get this reset to where it needs to be. Steam... I'm going to make you an electric boiler for now. That's a lot of electric boilers. That's fine. And then, do I have oil anywhere? I swear I'm doing a little bit of crude oil somewhere. Up here? Here we go. Yeah, this brings in crude oil and fluorine and turns it into olefins. And that's fine, such as it is. So where does the crude oil actually come from? That's a question. I have no idea. Obviously, I'm getting some crude oil somewhere. No, that's not what I want. Factory search. Close to station. Oh, right up here. Yep, there it is. Cool. So this is fine for now. We have crude oil. This is obviously not using all of it. We don't have the demand for the olefins, and we don't have the fluorine, even if we wanted to do more of it. So I think for now we can rely on having a bunch of crude oil available. That's kind of the thing. So this will be this tab. So this will be a whole factory that just makes heaps of bitumen, and that's fine. And then we're gonna need also crude oil processing, which is gonna match our somewhat similar to our bitumen processing. And this just has to be at enough scale to make this 88 naphtha per second. Whatever that ends up actually looking like. Turning everything that we can turn into naphtha into naphtha. Yeah, there we go. So 3 DDCs. And then we just kind of need to break down the rest of this into reasonably useful things. How am I doing here? Residual mixture goes to coke and gas oil. Okay, I'm just like getting rid of it as quickly as possible. Rather than doing residual oil. Yeah. Not this one. The other one. Coke and gas oil. Right to coke. Okay. We'll do steam from an oil burner. This already has to have gasoline on site, so we will just use gasoline. Rather than setting up a separate dedicated fluid station. For heat, we will use some of the coke that we make, and that's fine. Tin chromium alloy gets imported. Water is pumped in. Steam to cooling water to void. All right, what are our outputs here? Flue gas, tailings, BTX, naphtha, coke. And a little bit of ash. And a little bit more coke oven gas, which, I mean, I just built a whole thing for coke oven gas, but that's okay. Cool. I guess this is crude oil processing. And this will give us heaps more naphtha. Ugh. And then we'll be able to use the naphtha for this. And then we'll have, like, we'll make, like, a belt of sulfur. Done and done. And that should be, well, actually, we might just do it on site, now that I think about it. Because if we're just going to want a belt of it anyway, we may as well do it in pyrite directly. Yeah. So there we go. And did I just close? Yes, I closed this without deleting it. Okay. So, I think we've got kind of our to-do list along the top here. And then, oh, we also need sulfur for carbonyl sulfide. Okay. Maybe I lied. Maybe we will make a standalone sulfur build then. Because I can scale this to like 2 belts. Yeah. And that's a lot of bitumen, but we're making that much. So, I think that's fine. And we're making enough naphtha from crude oil processing, plus a little extra. All right, let's get this crude oil processing started then. That's the first chunk of build. Shopping list. Export to blueprint. Oh, has all this turned on yet, by the way? The answer is maybe? Did I not actually hook up our... Oh, I'm an idiot. Well, at least everything's warmed up. So that's working on that side. On this side, we don't have any warm bricks. And we have the output here of... Ah, okay. The coke oven gas cycles through, so I need to grab a bunch of warm bricks from here that I can drop into here. And that will get coke oven gas feeding into these guys. This one's running. This one is waiting for bricks. All right. I might need to bring in warm bricks from another hot air build. Because I don't think I have enough to, like, bootstrap both of these systems and have them both running. Because the intermediate temperature gas, the 250 degree C coke oven gas, is only generated when we warm the warm stone bricks up to hot stone bricks. For there to be enough of that gas, all of these need to be running, right? And I just don't think I had enough bricks to do that when I... Yeah, okay. So this is what I was afraid of. I put too many bricks in the loop. Well, I say I put too many bricks in the loop, but until I bring warm stone bricks from the other hot air build over, I don't know if I know that that's for sure the issue. It could be that we just don't have enough. Really? I'm out of pipes? I'm out of pipes. That's annoying. And I'm just bridging these two so that they can share that 200 degree C gas. But yeah, if all of these can't run, then all of these can't run. And I have vague memories of needing to bring over enough warm stone bricks to get the gas to run consistently. And to get small amounts of it to stay buffered. That's why there was a tank here. Okay, we're gonna do that. We're gonna head over to old hot air. And I'm just gonna grab a bunch of warm stone brick, and we're gonna hope we can bootstrap that sufficiently. Actually, here's a question. Instead of doing that, can I just be slightly less efficient briefly? Where's hot air? What do you want? You want greater than or equal to 250C. Okay. Wait. Instead of... Instead of bringing over warm bricks, can I just feed the hotter hot air into the 250 degree C segment? Like if I just do like this. Oh god, it's an overflow by default. That might have been enough. But here, if I do... Oops. Oh, less than 75, thank you. So that'll just top this system up for a little while until these guys can run consistently. There we go. That's probably all we need. We still have plenty of space in the buffer tanks. The coke oven gas in here is a funny temperature, but that's fine. Doesn't matter. It will eventually approach 250 degrees C again. And then these guys are just buffering on bricks again. Yeah, I put too many bricks in the loop. Oh well. I'll have to come back by here and pull bricks out every once in a while, but like, we have heaps of hot air now. Where are you going? Who knows? Where's Donald E. Richardson? Copper. Sure. Uh-huh. Okay, let's do what I was gonna do. Let's get our... oil processing into our inventory. And we can go grab the buildings we need for that and get those get those placed wherever we need them. I need to decide where I want to do that oil processing. I don't know if it really matters all that much, but we can pick a spot. All right, bots. Do you have everything I need? Yeah, I don't need heaps of any buildings, so... And I'm going to try to lay this out when I do this in a way that it is somewhat scalable. The bitumen processing that I did is really not expandable or scalable. So we do want to make sure that when we drop all of this stuff off, we're thinking about, what if we want to double this? Because I suspect that doing more oil processing is in our future. Waiting for one light oil refinery. That is a weird thing to be waiting on. There it is. And the other thing we're waiting for is pipes. There we go. And I think we are going to need lots of pipes, so I'm going to grab extras. We're doing petroleum processing. There's going to be pipes. All right. So let's where do we want to set this up? That's a good question, Brandon. Ba-da-ba-ba, do it over here. So if I go off this direction and build up, then we have lots of space where we can, like, scale the build vertically if we need to, right? I like that plan. That's a plan. We have everything else we need in our inventory. Yeah, we got plenty of stuff. All right, and Yafsy says we have... Ooh. Like 11 stations that we need for this build. So that's fun. All right, so let's start with our inputs. Fluid input right here. Just going to bring in crude oil and gasoline. Sorry about that. Had to mute so I could sneeze. Okay, so that'll be the crude oil and the gasoline in. Crude oil immediately needs to go to 3 DDCs. Oh, I said I was going to build this up, didn't I? Oh, well. Figure that out. All right. So we're going to have 3 DDCs. Can balance gasoline on spot from crude. Can I? If I'm also using gasoline to make the steam, though. Like, yes, I'm sure it's possible to balance it, like in the general case. But it was the steam that was, what is it, benzene to something else? No. Ah, stripped distillates. Does all balance, although that'll make less naphtha. A little bit less naphtha. Because some of our medium distillates are going to stripped distillates instead of high distillates. Yep. And then if I wanted to do the steam that way, though, I think we're still not getting enough steam. I think I still need to bring in fuel for steam if I wanted to do oil burners. Oh no, it'll balance. Yeah, but that's a lot less naphtha. Because now we're doing... And in fact, now it's not enough naphtha for what we were doing here. And I have gasoline to spare, to be clear. So I'd rather turn the medium distillates into naphtha than do this. Light distillate to heavy oil. Low distillate, heavy oil as the fuel for steam. Okay. Let me try that. Heavy oil. Still needs to bring in a little bit. And then if we make the gasoline from stripped distillates... What was I doing before? Oh, just low distillates to BTX. And that also is residual oil that we need to get rid of. We're closer. I guess if we try to reuse our 150-degree steam instead of voiding it, we're even closer. And I guess we could do petroleum gas for the rest. Right? That's a fuel? Yeah. Yeah. That works. We do still sacrifice a little bit of naphtha. But... Oh, I just realized the ad break snuck up on me. Sorry. I usually try to give warning. But, like, really, like I said, I have so much gasoline around the base anyway. I'm not super concerned about where we need to burn it in here. $85.3 versus, I mean, whatever it ends up looking like. Alright, Twitch says the ad break is officially over. Apologies for not giving more heads up. I was deep in the spreadsheets. Yeah. Yeah, I do have heaps of gasoline right now. Oh, that's saying it wants to ship in. And, like, yes, there's probably other options, but... And this also avoids needing to bring in, like, the titanium, whatever it is, as a catalyst, and... Because I could check my fuels if I grab a... Let's see, where do I use fuels? The Glassworks uses fuel. Yeah, I have a little bit of gasoline stashed away. Just a little bit. Plus all my other liquid fuels, right? So even if we do start pulling gasoline more, like... We've been voiding diesel, I know that, because diesel overflowed. Tall oil is pretty full, so... I have plenty of burnables floating around. Alright, so crude oil up. DDCs. Doing... What is this recipe called? Medium distillates. As always, the DDC is just the worst. Yeah. I mean, the reality of hard mode is that, like, a lot of stuff that might be voided in normal Pi, I have to find uses for, and a lot of it gets converted into fuels. So I don't end up having to make as much, like, dedicated fuel as some other bases. Yeah, normal Pi is... I'm not going to say easy, but different. The lack of voids in hard mode changes a lot of things. I never played much of Nullius. It was always on my list, and I never really got as far into it as I would have liked. But yes, I know byproduct handling is supposed to be a big part of it as well. Alright. Gasoline in, water in somewhere. And then we'll have to take a flue gas output. Oh, this is probably bad. 1 second. I just probably built all of this in the wrong spot. I was saying I wanted to try to make sure that I could scale this build up, and if I have to have... Let's see, we're going to have a fluid pickup station like here, and another one above it. Yeah, so these are too close down here, because I can't expand this out this way. In fact, what I actually probably want to do is do like that, so it goes vertically. There we go. And then I can grow this vertically as much as I need to. We need to bring flue gas out as a byproduct. May as well just take the flue gas right here. This is as good an output as any. They're all the same. High priority because it is byproduct. And done. All right, that's the flue gas. And everything else that comes out of this needs to be further processed. Okay. We're going to have 3 multi-purpose crackers to turn the medium distillates into more high distillates. So let's do that first. And then we'll take the high distillates out from both this build and the other one. All right, that is medium distillates. And then, yeah, we'll just shift up a little bit higher from here on out so we're out of the way of where stations will be. We have an odd number of stations, so we can get away with losing this one spot here. But we are going to need all of the rest of them. All right, so the medium distillates go into 3 multi-purpose crackers and are going to make more high distillates. Multi-purpose crackers. Let's go up like here. High distillates from medium. Oh, and these are also going to need heat. Okay, we're going to have to figure that out. And steam we have right here. So that'll be high distillates out, and we will merge that with high distillates out of this one. Oh, look at that. Couldn't have planned it better if I tried. And that'll be all of our high distillates. What else uses heat? That's a question. Other thing that uses heat is low distillates to BTX in the heavy oil refinery. Okay. Do I need more heavy oil? That's a question. Because I do need more benzene, and I could definitely be turning all of my low distillates into BTX for more benzene. What is the status of heavy oil in this base? Because maybe I should be making both. Maybe I should have both options in this oil processing. Because we do need heavy oil for, is it zinc? Yeah, and we're out. Okay. So yes, as much as I do need benzene, and we will want to do that, well, we'll want both options, right? We'll have this make heavy oil or benzene. Zinc and someone else, yeah. All right. So we'll put in the heavy oil refineries, but we'll also need to grab the 2 compressors and a mixer. And then does that push up our coking gas? No, those are still 1 building each. Okay. So yeah, we'll just need to grab the 2 more compressors. And that is fine. For now, we will build what we have the stuff for. And none of that uses heat. Okay. But these 2 heavy oil refineries for doing the BTX option do use heat. Oh, that's kind of annoying. They're like 90 degrees apart instead of... Okay. Careful, Brandon. All right, and that's going to be on an overflow valve because we want to prefer making heavy oil. Otherwise, we'll make benzene. So we'll get the low distillates out here. So that's low distillates overflowing to BTX. Otherwise, they go to heavy oil, which is 2 compressors. Okay. And we are going to need to get more compressors. Let me get the BTX output here, actually. Let me see. Do we make BTX any other way, or is it just... Okay, we also get it from refined natural gas. So I'm not going to route the BTX output yet, because I'm going to have to merge this with another processing column somewhere down here. So we'll figure out which output is the BTX later. Oh, and this guy also needs tin chromium alloy, as does this. Right, I put these next to each other on purpose. Because these guys are all going to have small quantities of tin chromium alloy. There we go. Small quantities of tin chromium alloy. What if I put this here instead? Is that cleaner? That's a little bit cleaner. Next up, all right, where's those compressors? So this will be heavy oil. Okay. We're gonna also have to get gasoline. Have any of these needed a gasoline input yet? Have I missed gasoline anywhere? I have not. This is our first gasoline in. Okay. No solids here, no solids here. Good. So let's get... Oh, no, I did have gasoline. But that was just for... Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, this will come out here. All right. And then water... Cool. Let's actually do it here. And then the output of that will have heavy oil, and I'll feed that right down to this output. And we're also going to have some steam that needs to be voided, because that's what we do. Let's do it. Yeah, let's go a little further out. Let's not do this all here. That's a little too snug. There we go. So that'll be heavy oil out. Because we do need more heavy oil. And the steam output of that needs to go to wherever I want to do cooling water. We'll figure that out. For now. That. it's got... a little bit of... Okay, no, we need to do the residual mixture. Oh, I don't have a mixer, do I? And I probably can't make one. No, I don't have any of the stuff for that in my inventory. Okay. That's fine. All right, we're going to need to bring up chromite sand for this. And then the steam is actually going to overflow out of this, because this will use some of its own steam. And that's easy to manage here, this feeding its own process. It's just when we have, like, looping steam and topping stuff up from steam sources that I get nervous. Okay. So that is that part. All of these guys use heat, so let's get heat pipes. And let's figure out actually where I want to put the heat generating. Ooh. I didn't really think about that, did I? So if I want this to be able to grow up, then I can't necessarily put it here. Oh, and this also needs a solid thing to go past it. That's fine. Because this just has its output here. So we'll have the input, like, up here. For chromite sand. Solid drop-off. Can come in right here. And this is going to request the chromite sand. And what's the other part? Tin chromium alloy. Chromite sand, and how much tin chromium alloy did we use? A whole 0.3 a second. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. So this spits out more residual mixture, which is also one of our outputs from back here, I think. Yes. And it is one which is kind of a pain to deal with because I need to reroute steam. I don't want this steam here. I need to be able to get residual mixture out at that point, basically. And then gasoline is like right where I would prefer steam was. So we're going to do this thing. And then we can pull steam here, here, here. Okay. That way we can pull residual mixture out somewhere here. Except also not because I put flue gas there. We can fix that, though. Okay, so there's residual mixture, and that will need to merge with the one off of this. So I'm hoping that if I'm lucky, we can just kind of take this right. Not quite there. Boom. That is good enough for me. So, what do we have left? We've got the residual mixture processing to coking gas oil. We've got high distillates to condensed distillates and naphtha. Right? Oh no, I already did that part? No, we make high distillates here. Yeah, but we don't do anything with them. Alright, I just had them hooked up. Good job, Brandon. You confused yourself. Let's do the high distillates to condensed distillates and naphtha, and that's light oil refineries. Yeah, condensates are down here somewhere, too. Yeah, I have not pulled condensates off yet. I think they're the last thing, maybe, question mark? Alright, there's high distillates, and gasoline needs to come over here too. Alright. And... no, those ones can sit, I guess, right on top of each other. It doesn't really matter. Alright, the naphtha needs to come out. That's one of the things we want. And then the other thing we need to do is condensates processing, and that will be, I think, a lot of the rest of our naphtha. So let's pull the naphtha out. Fluid pickup station here. And like everything else, that needs to be a high priority output because it's a byproduct. No, actually, no, this is the naphtha. This is the thing that we want. This is the one thing that's not a byproduct. Everything else is byproducts. And then the condensed distillates become gasoline and petroleum gas. All right. So this is where I really just need to throw like a top-up valve somewhere in this loop so that the gasoline that we get out of this can be properly looped around. But the condensed distillates to the gasoline and petroleum gas is just one gas refinery. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, that's right, that's right. Are these actually the same size? They are, that's funny. And then gasoline, we need to deal with looping. So that makes 4.22 a second. Okay, and this recipe itself uses like 6.75. So we can put the top up here. And then the output of this goes there. And then the petroleum gas output is gonna be another fluid pickup station. Because everything is fluid pickup stations in this build. Oh, and I'm out of tanks. Cool. I didn't even think about that, how many of these fluid stations we're making. But yes, we're out of tanks. That goes there, and then fuel provider. Or petroleum gas. Oh, I copied the wrong thing there. All right. So this will be set up properly to put petroleum gas onto the network as a burnable fuel, because that is all that it is to me right now. Okay. And now I think it's going to be the condensates and refined natural gas. Let's just go through the list of recipes that we've got so far. Oh, and we also have to turn all of our residual mixture into coking gas oil and do that whole part. And then I need to figure out how I'm hooking heat up to this, because I didn't design this to actually hook heat up to it, which is obnoxious, because I'm an idiot. And I guess we could put it up here. Oh, I also just realized that these don't have heat on both ends of them. This is so stupid. Okay. Yeah, I have to redo all my piping around this. This is not going to work. Because these guys have to be facing this way so that we can connect their heat pipes. Kind of like that. And then down there. There we go. That should keep these guys. I'm not sure which of those paths is going to be better for the heat, but it'll figure it out. Now, we have... This is low distillate overflow. So that... Guess... Love this. Don't like this much at all. Here, let's do this way. And then that connects up there. It's not ideal, but it should at least get all that hooked up. And then the BTX, we never really had a solid plan for anyway. Cool. And now this connects wrong. Nope, not there. What about here? Can I route that water? I think I can do that. All right. And then we're going to have more BTX from another stage that I'm going to have to get this hooked up to. And that's fine. We're going to route coke over to this, and we'll have to figure out its ash output at some point. All right, let me go through this. We've got medium distillates from oil, done. Medium distillates up to high distillates, that is this one, done. Naphtha from high distillates, that's this one, done. Refined natural gas from condensates, and then condensates to refined yeah. The refined natural gas and condensates loop. That is the next one that we're missing. Petroleum gas from condensed distillates, yes. Coking gas oil from residual mixture, not yet. One of these pipes around here is residual mixture. This one. Coke from coking gas oil, also not yet. Heat generating is up here. We just have to figure out how we're routing our coke. Water, yeah. And then there's like voiding all the 150 degree steam wherever we need to do that. And we'll figure that out probably when we turn it on. But that comes mostly, it looks like, from the condensates. Oh, and potentially from the heavy oil. This also puts out some steam. Yeah. So this is going to need an overflow valve on it for the 150 degree steam from this part. There we go. And then we'll need to hook that up to wherever it hooks up. All right, so let's do condensates to refined natural gas and vice versa. So we should have 5 gas refineries. Yes, we do. Oh, this is an easy one. All right, let's see where we can get condensates routed out. Condensates. refined natural gas, BTX, and tailings. All right. The BTX, here, let me just get a station for BTX. Fluid pickup. BTX goes out, where it will be turned into probably mostly benzene, but I have some other options on the base of varying priority uses for BTX. Okay, that'll be BTX out. And then tailings will also need to be another output station. Look at that, we're going to need another section of straight rail. This is why I didn't put the loop on the end yet, because I thought we might end up needing more straight rail here. I think we've got enough stations now, but just in case, I'm still not going to close up the end. All right, another fluid pickup. What did I say this one was? Tailings? Tailings, yep. All right, tailings output, and then the other part is just the refined natural gas, which will hook up to the next processing stage. And what is next? Condensates from refined natural gas, right. So that's compressor. We're actually going to need 3 of these. Let me actually do these one more over. Let's give ourselves a little more breathing room on the pipes. Water condensates out. Oh, God. Okay. And then we're going to have naphtha out and steam out. Naphtha goes to... Is this one naphtha? I think this one is naphtha. This one is naphtha. Okay. And then the steam needs to be voided, and we'll figure that out later. Cool. That's the naphtha out, and then, yeah, steam to be voided. Ugh. Okay. Now, what is left? We need to do coking gas oil and coke. All right, and I think that's going to get us our remaining 3 outputs, which is going to be coke itself, 500 degree C coke oven gas, and ash. So let's do one more fluid pickup. And then we're going to have 2 solid pickups for coke and for ash. And then I guess I really can close the end off. I am deeply running out of materials here. So one of these should already be, I guess, flue gas, right? Did I hook up flue gas somewhere? Yes, okay. Because I think I saw we have flue gas coming from another stage. Maybe I was wrong. No, I was wrong. All right. So what is left, I think, is just the coking gas oil, residual mixture to coking gas oil, and then coking gas oil to coke. So let's find our residual mixture pipe. That is this one. Let's get that routed over to where we can make use of it. So residual mixture to coking gas oil is in a high-pressure furnace, which I should have one of somewhere. There we go. And then coking gas oil to coke is in an ionic upgrader. And apparently these are 1-to-1. So if I was feeling spicy... We just do that. There's that part. And then the steam will also need to be brought over. Where is my steam line? Here. And of course, I'm already routing other things, kind of where I wanted to be routing steam. What other things are those things? Oh, yeah, that's important. Let's just pull steam across the bottom. I just cannot be bothered to come up with a better way to do this. Oop, and we are out of... Out of underground pipes, too. Okay. Ugh, I grabbed a lot of stuff before we did this build. Okay. So we're gonna have hot coke oven gas, which is what I think this is for. I really hope that's what it's for. Or I really messed something up. And then, yeah, down at this end we have coke and ash outputs. So let's figure those out. This is gonna have, we're gonna have coke coming off of this row. Coming like down here. How much does this output? This outputs a lot of coke. All right. Now we gotta route that over to we got to route that over to where we're doing heat generation. I'm assuming those are meant to go together. So we're going to split this belt like here, output priority. Boom. That is coke for heat. Which will use how much coke a second? 0.07. All right, that is not a lot. And then we will also have an ash output. Oh, no, don't want to do that. I'm going right through all the places where I was saying I wanted to be able to expand these builds. Obviously here, if I need to add more heat generation, I have to change this part of this build, but the rest of these, I don't want to have to do major replumbing. So we're going to take our heat out, or our ash out here. And we're just going to run it all the way down. To here. That is ash out. Is there any other ash? No, that is the only ash out of this process. Okay. So I need to figure out... Oh, we got to do the other part of the coke output, of course. Let's do that. How much coke does this make? 3.6 a second. Okay. Coke and ash are both byproducts of this, so they are high priority. Let's get power hooked up to more of these stations, even though a lot of them can't do anything yet. Why no crude oil? Do I have the wrong crude oil in my requests? Oh yeah, that looks different. This is the crude oil I want. All right. And then probably... Nope, I got the right one there at least. All right, it is time. Time flies. It has been another hour. It is ad break o'clock again. As I said earlier in the stream, I run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off. I'm not going to do anything interesting during the ad break. I'm not trying to use ads as a cudgel to make people subscribe. So I recommend get some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourself as a human being. I'm going to do the same. I'm going to step away for a bit and get some more water. And I'll see everyone shortly. Okay. There's about a minute left on the ad according to Twitch. I'm going to go ahead and... We have the right crude oil coming in now? We do. Ooh. I broke it. Oh no. I really broke it. All right, there we go. That should make some of this a little better. All right, welcome back from the ad break, everybody. I'm just fixing some pipes that I messed up. We've got steam and crude oil coming into this stage. Let's start powering some of this stuff on, and we'll see if we can figure out where we have byproducts that aren't being processed, etc. And we are going to have to run back to the mall, obviously, and grab a bunch of tanks and looks like some rail stations even. All right, good. Everything comes out. We've got medium distillates to high distillates. These don't have heat yet. Let's start heating up. The other outputs, low distillates to... I need this mixer as well. Okay. Here, let me add what I'm going to need. I'm going to need one mixer. I'm going to need 2 compressors. I think everything else is pretty much normal stuff. How many of these things do I normally request? 20? How many do I need? 22. All right, so we'll request a couple of extra tanks. Sure. All right, low distillates are going to start overflowing soon, so let's try to get that processing going. Not that it can go far without this compressor, but... All right, so this is 150 degree steam. The other 150 degree steam we get is from condensates. So let's route this over here. Yeah, there's the other 150 degree steam. Let's get those connected. I guess at this line would be the best one. Or is one higher also acceptable? One higher is also acceptable. And we're going to need a cooling tower. And we're going to need an outfall somewhere. Somewhere like right here, actually. All right, we've got condensates coming in here. Get those started. We've got high distillates to naphtha here. Let's get those started. And then we'll also need the petroleum gas. All right, any more flashing yellow power signs on me? Nope. All right, so these guys are stopped on medium distillates. which is stopped on temperature. That's fine. It's still coming up to temp. Over here, yeah, the steam output is right. That just can't overflow because this pipe can't be built yet. That's fine. Yeah, lots of things just need pipes. Oh, and this needs a little bit of coke to bootstrap it. I missed that this needs coke as an input. Okay. Let's also get that routed in. 2.5 a second. There we go. Well, not quite like that, but let's do them here. That should work. I think that'll be everything once we get the various components that we need. Let's do this part by hand, because I know we need heaps of those. We need... Okay, I am making train stops again. I wasn't for some reason for too long, but I am now. Yeah, we might want to help the bots out with some of those tanks. Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. It's up here somewhere. Yeah. Well, 22 actually is all I needed. If I did my math right. We'll find out if I can count very shortly. Okay. Oh, this just still needs more heat. And then this, I think I might actually have to go grab some coke to bootstrap this loop. Because I don't have any on me. I didn't really think about that. Oh, right. This is a coal power plant. I can't run it on wood. Good job, Brandon. Yeah, all right. Let's get a couple stacks of coke. We're going to need that. We're going to need one to bootstrap this part, and we're going to need some more to keep bringing the temperature up here. Because these are still low temperature. This, though, needs power. And, I mean, all the residual mixture stuff is going to back up soon anyway, because this can't take any more. Okay, where's the nearest place that I can get coke? Does any of this import coke? Oh, look at that. Stonewool imports coke. Excellent. We'll grab it from there. Alright, hopefully this can get itself up to temperature now. How is hot air doing? Speaking of things that need to be running at temperature. Still too many bricks in that loop. Still too many bricks in both loops. I put way too many bricks in the loops. Okay. So I'm gonna have to babysit this just to get it, like, unblocked. Which is fine. It's not ideal, but it's fine. We have plenty of coke oven gas now, which is delightful. But because these aren't running consistently, we're still not, like, accumulating the hot air that we need to be accumulating, right? And also, I'm sure that we're using our hot air as fast as we can make it right now. Oh no, we got some backed up, actually. Okay. Okay. Let me find, acid gas from coal bed gas. Still does not have hot air. So, yeah, we still don't really have enough hot air going through the base. I don't think there's anything that I can do at this build, though, right now, other than we're waiting for it to figure out that it, we're just waiting for it to heat up, basically. And it has quite a ways to go. Oh. Missed that. All right. I'm calling this one good for now. What was next in YAFC? We got to set up oil sand mining. And then do the bitumen from oil sand. And then we have sulfur from bitumen. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is gonna take a while. Oh, whoops. Oh, turn on my trash. Why do I have 3 basic oxygen furnaces? Why do I have so many electric boilers? Oh, and before I forget, while I'm contemplating the next thing I need to do, I'm so sorry, Xenospore, you followed like 2 hours ago. There we go. Added to the wall. Thank you so much for the follow again. I really appreciate it. So, let's go to YFC real quick. Let's look at this bitumen from oil sand. If we want 15 oil sand, that is 11 oil sand extractors. Okay. So let's get 12 oil sand extractors. And those aren't going to be in the mall yet. I don't think I've made them. So let's find an empty slot and let's add it. And then let us also see if we can help the bots out a little bit by making some of those ourselves. What do we need? We need lead and we need Nexalit. All right. Lead is here. And where does Nexalit plate come into the mall? That's a question that I ought to know the answer to, but don't. Does that come in off rails, perhaps? Niobium plate. That's silver plate out. Lots of plastic. That goes right into melamine. Iron and steel. It's possible that I don't actually have Nexalit plate coming in, and that this is going to run out of stuff to request. Logistic storage 55, yeah. So that tells me that I don't actually have Nexalit plate coming in. So let's do that. Let's get Nexalit plate into the Logi system. We should be able to deliver that no problem. We can't. We have a problem. Yeah, we have heaps of Nexalit. Not that it really matters, but 2,500 is what I've got the threshold set to over here. So may as well set these guys to the same, keep it fully topped up. And then train is on the way. Yeah, filling up with plate now. Excellent. Oh, this reminds me. I saw something that was broken somewhere. Was it sodium hydroxide? Yes. Yes. I've got some logic somewhere. Might be on log 2. That, like... Yes. So we read the train ID. We're going to go set this up. But what this does is it reads the train ID, and then it, if there's no train, it sets the hand stack size to 0. So that the... Or sets it to 1, actually. At least that is the theory. There we go. Yep. So it sets the hand size to 1 so that these guys will all... Basically, they won't ever end up with, like, a partial stack in their hand when there's no train. And I need to add that same logic to the sodium hydroxide. We're still waiting for this Nexalit train. Which probably has to come around on, like, an awful loop. Yeah. I really should clean some of this stuff out in the middle and connect this road here up to where it ought to connect. That would simplify some things. Some of the train routing is less than ideal right now because of the way things need to kind of get around the base. All right, let's go grab steam engines. And then we'll figure out what other stuff we're going to need for more of this. But we can handcraft a bunch of these ourselves. Small parts, intermetallics. All right, I think that is enough. Oh, it says there's 3 on the way now. Great. Well, we'll have extras. All right, now I need to figure out which oil sand patch I want to set up a mine on. Maybe right here, actually. I don't know, that's awful. That one is kind of in the way of other stuff. Could do that one. I thought I had seen one that was like in a good place to hook up to rails, and now I can't find it. Maybe that was a different ore that I'm thinking of, though. That's always possible. Yeah, let's do this one. I can make a little spur right off of here to bring in the fuel and bring out the oil sands. So we'll do it right at the bottom there. How are we doing up here, by the way? All right, these are running. Condensates are backed up. This is not getting gasoline. Oh, I didn't hook up gasoline to this. Oops. Shoot. All right, I gotta go fix that. Let's get the oil sands build done first, while I'm thinking about it, and then we'll go up and we'll fix that missing gasoline pipe, and we'll figure out. I think after that, yeah, we'll do the oil sand mining, and then we're gonna have the bitumen from oil sand build itself, and then sulfur from bitumen. So we got a few more steps to go. We are many yaks deep right now. All right, so there's our oil sands. Yeah, not that one. So we want to do this one. Wait, these don't use fuel? I thought these used fuel for some reason. Am I losing my mind? Was I thinking of something else? Nope, these just use electricity. Okay, I was totally thinking of something else. Cool. I'm fine with that. Let's not do them like this, though. Let's do them in a more reasonable way. Okay. That is pretty much everything we need. All right. Plenty of bitumen sand. Let's go back up to oil processing. All right. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good night. Appreciate you coming by. All right. I gotta fix that gasoline pipe, and then we can think about the bitumen to sulfur. Oh, sorry, no. The oil sand to bitumen processing. And then bitumen to sulfur, I think, is just like a simple build that's just like an array of one building. That's not too bad. So, what do we got over here? This gasoline pipe. All right. Of course, I have routed tailings where I want to route that. Sure. Don't love it. Oh, and this I just disconnected as well. And then, yeah, this tops up gasoline, so the gasoline should loop fine. If this ever does lock up, I can add a little buffer tank to this, and actually I can just do that now if I feel like it. Little buffer tank on the bottom. And that'll just give us a little more breathing room. You know, it'll fill all this to 80%, right? So these will all be filled up to 80 again. But 80% of 30K is still, I mean, whatever. 240? Yeah, 24. So we have like 6,000 space instead of maybe a couple hundred space. And that should mean that this should never, ever be clogged up. And then this guy is full on condensates. And that probably just needs to be a top-up valve. Yep. I'll make it a top-up valve, and I will add an expansion tank. Just so we have that little bit of buffer space. And again, that should keep this from ever backing up. Probably the expansion tank is enough on its own, but just to be on the safe side, we'll also use the top-up valve. And then coke production looks fine. This is running, this is running. BTX should never be running because oh, we never actually hooked up BTX. Alright, so that's the BTX out of this stage. And then we also need the BTX out of Ah. This hitting shift when I'm trying to select my things is a new problem for me. All right. It should be mostly preferring to make heavy oil, not BTX. But if heavy oil ever does back up, it will instead make BTX, which will be more benzene for me. But for now, we do need more heavy oil in the base, so we will let it do its thing. Flue gas out. Flue gas is acid gas right now, which is also important. Petroleum gas will just be fed into the liquid fuel system. And then we've got coke and ash outputs. Okay. I really think this is done now. I thought it was done before, but now I really think it's done. Let's figure out why science is stopped. It's not Logi-Sci for once. It's Pi 1? Well, I don't love that. Basic substrate is broken. Well, it's running now. Do I just need more basic substrate? Is that the issue? Because I think did I add something that uses more basic substrate? Or was that something I was talking about? Don't remember. We can check. Crude oil processing is done. All the rest of this is still work in progress. But if we check for basic substrate... No, it's just Pi 1, Logi-Sci. CDNA is work in progress. Okay. So this is what would have increased our basic substrate demand. But I haven't built that yet. So what I suspect is the problem is that this was just dead for a while. Either on sodium hydroxide or on... Petri dishes. And I know I've had hot air problems, right? So it's quite possible that we were so far behind on, like, Petri dishes. Yeah. That glass has a lot of catching up to do before... Yeah, because look, this is out of hot air again already. So, glass has a lot of catching up to do, I think, is our current situation. So that is why science is dead, but I think that is... I mean, it's not okay, but it is expected? Let's put it that way. It is not a new and unusual failure. It's just the same old failures. Alright, the train limit is 2. So I should have basically a constant stream of trains trying to bring quartz over to glass right now. Which is fine. So yeah, it's going to take glass quite a while to catch up on... Wow, even silver is starting to, like, accumulate. That tells you how screwed up glass has been, that I've got an accumulation of silver. How's this doing? We still have not gotten I'm going to assume this is still sitting exactly where it was. Yeah. So it looks like peroxide is still a problem, as we expected it to be. Oh, we make it right here. Yeah, and it's just vanadium. And it's always going to be vanadium. Yep. Yep. Until I get significantly more arthropod blood or I tech up, we're just going to have issues. And I can make more arthropod blood. And there is a... this one. There's this shell to lime recipe. So if I really want to scale up my arthropod blood, we can do that. We can push for this tech. And it looks like it has a few dependencies. Well, several of these are on the main line. Like, we're going to have to do all this anyway, right? Intermetallic stage 2 we need for, yeah. But if we push to this, then we can really scale up Zeiss without too much... without too much concern for much, for like shells backing up, and we'll be able to build it to a more reasonable scale because we're going to have Mark II of a lot of the buildings involved. So I think if we really want to scale up arthropod blood and scale up our ability to make... excuse me. If we really want to scale up our ability to make hydrogen peroxide, this is what we're going to need to push towards. But that is a problem for future me that is at least several techs away, and we have a bunch of other stuff on the to-do list right now. So what's the deal with benzene? The deal with benzene is that it's... that I'm just not making enough BTX is the deal with benzene. So this will help. I don't know if it'll fully solve the problem, but it'll help. What I could probably do is change my... I don't know where the build is. My iron oxide build from using nitrobenzene to using, like, chlorine. Nitrobenzene is more iron plate efficient, but it is much more valuable to me than iron plates. Ergo, using a different recipe for the iron oxide may be worthwhile. I'm going to put that in the to-do list just so I think about it. Change iron oxide. Uses nitrobenzene for plate efficiency, but plates are cheap compared to nitrobenzene. Use a less efficient recipe that doesn't waste a valuable product, question mark? Because, like, chlorine is easy. Chlorine is always easy. I can always make more chlorine if I need to, so... given how much, like, hydroxide, well, this doesn't pull a ton, but we know we're going to be pulling more sodium hydroxide for various parts of the battery and rayon chain. So, like, if we need to, we can scale up. I've got it down here somewhere. I thought it was down here somewhere. Maybe not. Yeah, chlorine from electrolysis. Where is it? Ah, up here. I was looking down here. But we can scale this up, right? And although right now it's almost backed up on hydroxide, so that is less than ideal. I was gonna say we can always scale this up and pull more of our sodium hydroxide from being the byproduct of chlorine than from the dedicated hydroxide build. But we may need to figure out getting more sodium hydroxide usage. All right, I think I'm going to call it here. We made some progress. We got one nice new build done. We got oil processing. I consider one nice new build to be a success. A lot further to go still, obviously, for the rest of the things we need for... Whoops, wrong button. Sorry about that. Just to remind everyone where we're going with this, batteries is the goal. And then for that, we need a bunch of things for rayon. I was saying I wanted to increase the sodium hydroxide build, potentially, so we will need to think about that. Or if we need more chlorine, then maybe we don't grow this build. Maybe we grow something else. But for now, this one is still sitting at this scale. Because, yeah, we're going to use a lot of hydroxide here for sodium sulfate and then sodium carbonate, so... All right, well, thanks very much, everyone, for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Thanks very much, Raiders, for coming in. I hope you all had fun. We will be back with more Pyanodons next Tuesday. So if you want to see this mess of a base continue, you know where to find the follow button, and I do really appreciate it. I know you get used to saying these things over and over, and they start to sound a little mechanical, but I really do appreciate everyone who follows and everyone who tunes in. And yeah, if you're watching this on YouTube later on the VOD, there's a link to my Twitch down below, and any engagement with the YouTube algorithm is appreciated as well. Let's see if we can find somebody to raid.